Hello, my name is Creostix, and welcome back to the Great Ace Attorney Adventures, Case 5, Trial Part 4. I believe it might be the final bit, so let's go. So this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilded 2 months ago. And on the night of Mr. Windybank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick, quick, let's open it and see what's inside. Oh, it's a music box. Interesting. Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems. Wow, although, in truth, I had an inkling that might be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. Interesting. Next question is, can we play the disc in it and see and find government secrets or whatever? Then is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. So, here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilded's disc, deposited at Windybank's at much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord, it was not McGilded's disc. It was a disc of his victim in the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilded? I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last. Hold it! Wait, my lord. Good grief, what is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc are, well, they are unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music.
Objection!
Objection! This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objection. But no, that piece of evidence is police property now, you can't... Clearly Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Gah! No further delays, please. Play the disc. Is it like Morse Code or what? What on earth? That's certainly not what I'd call music. Maybe it's progressive. No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. Well, I think it's 2 notes, but yeah. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Graydon? This really is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the ways of clues. Are you ready to move on, Consul? Come on. Yes, alright, it does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? It could be a clue, and I think juror number 5 might recognize Morse code, so... wait, hold on. Safety save? It could be a clue. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, Council. Mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, I agree, but there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. Yes, the expression of "I will hold on to my hat" as the neutral stance. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound. It's as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the sense of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Oh. Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? It's the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music. Just because this is a music box doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that, the smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here, I must be. Haha, making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Runo.
Objection!
Objection! The sounds we are hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that what you've told us, now that you've told us what they are not, I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument. I'm curious because I feel that Van Zieks wants to reach the conclusion of, like, uncovering the reality about this music disc. Why is he pestering me about this? Exactly. The music box is clearly broken, refusing to accept that as fact is pure foolishness. They've got me, I don't know what the answer is yet. Runo? I've just examined the music box very thoroughly, and I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really? Really, the way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Aris. Alright, well if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sound it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. Ah. Could it be? Is that what these sounds are? Something just struck me, Runo. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes. Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, Counsel? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds on this music box disc is my armband! It is actually a musical, legal, permit. Yes. Let's see here, because I'd like to point out to the juror with the Morse code, but okay, maybe I'm not onto something with that. I can't move on to people, so I don't think I have the people of the jury in the, you know, people bit of the court record anyway. Probably the today's paper, because that is vaguely related to the secrets of the doobly-doo.
Take that!
It's a bit of a long shot. There we go, yeah. Today's paper, counsel. The headline is Pawnbroker perishes in pig-purse plunder, hardly supportive of your cause. Ah, no, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down? Ministry mole, classified secrets, may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter, being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I've heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams. Of course. Juror number 5, your input please. Stop. Oh, me sir? Whatever is the matter? You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports. Oh, yes, we're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? You don't mean to say, is it... That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse Code. But I don't believe it. Now correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Order, order. Please everyone order, but this is high treason, counsel, deserving of capital punishment. I believe though, like, if you were in the Americas, I believe high treason doesn't count if you're Republican, though. That's how the justice system works. Just, you know, just so we're clear. Too much new vocabulary, and what is this treason, and what is capital punishment? The sorts of words I'd half expect you to know. Yeah. For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. Right. But in the end, McGilded perished and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word. In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it, and in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous, absolutely preposterous. So, in response to defend this accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away. Objection! Objection! Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker Mr. Windybank, that being a most flagitious offence for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less a serious crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed.
Hold it!
Hold it! Gregson is trying to protect him again. Oh, these two. You gotta let us have a rabbit and a pork here, Governor. We got things to say. I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are? Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is a professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin, but we ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland. That's right. We're what they call the Three Skulking Brothers. Honestly, I'm starting to think that Gregson is the third brother because he's been dealing with the with the treasonous boy. So you know. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. That's not a thing. Honestly, I'm trying to, like... Because why would Gregson be, like, you know, whispering away with this dude? And apparently protecting him, too. That would be a twist, wouldn't it be? A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with Mr. McGilded anyway, was it not? I've no relation to the man. Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night, like what he told us to do. If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. Right. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. One Mr. will do, Governor. What's up? Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? I thought we established that already. And moreover, you did so as a party of 3 in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here. We did, Gov, we did. Quieten down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these 2 ruffians are referring to. You little rotter getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. And what about the geezer whose shop it was, huh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he? Ah, nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it to the court record as evidence. This strange music box only appears to be able to play a single tone. It was deposited at Windy Banks 2 days before the Black Overcoat. Right. Should probably take a good look at that. What is that? Oh! What is it, Runo? I've just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. Ah, you're right! Well, come on then, what are we waiting for? Let's open it! Alright then, here goes. Look at that, there's another movement on the underside! So does that mean we can set another disc to play back on this side? Yes, I think so, and it looks like the 2 movements are linked together. They're linked? So if you had 2 discs, they would both play back at the same time. Oh, what do you know? Who'd have thought there would be a second movement on the underside of the box? And this movement is like the other one, the comb's teeth are all the same length. So this movement also only produces a single note, like the other one. Yes, it must do. Except that the length of the teeth on the 2 combs isn't the same. So the single tone produced by this movement will be different to the single tone we've already heard. What? Basically, each movement can only produce a single note, but the notes they produce are different. A music box that can only play 2 notes. There we are. This is the mechanism that turns the bumps on the disc into sound, isn't it? Yes, the movement. It's all thanks to the comb with its teeth that are plucked by the passing bumps. Usually the teeth on the comb are different lengths, so that each one produces a different tone. But this comb is very strange. All the teeth are exactly the same length. Well, what does that mean? It means that no matter which tooth is plucked by the passing bumps, the music box will make the same sound. I've never seen such a music box like it before. Yes, it is strange. A music box that can only play a single note. There has to be some significance to that, surely. There is! We just found it out. It's, you know, 2 notes being Morse code like that, essentially. Alright. Well, there we have it. Graydon's counter. Okay, let's press on. The mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Hold it! Hold it! So is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted. How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information. Oh no, stop. Must say something. Stop. Let me guess. Juror number 5. We regular communication station officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. And Mr. Graydon is the team leader. That's fascinating. Graydon is highly skilled operator, stop. Currently in presence of idle, stop. So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon. Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent enciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Oh no, stop. Must say something. Stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with Ministry technicians and the Ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications, and he's received the top prize at the cipher cracking convention 5 years in a row now. That's fascinating. Indeed. Graydon is highly skilled operator, currently in presence of idol. Well, your idol would appreciate it if you keep your mouth shut. I have a question. What if this all somehow is linked to his cane, which is missing the metal piece? Like, we never really went on to understand why that piece is missing, and does that have, like, a relation to this? Like, he showed the cane, I feel like, I don't know. She should really pick her idols more carefully. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. Besides, the sounds produced by the music box aren't even Morse code. Hi, I'm back again, night shift's almost over. Valkyrie, awesome! Let's bring that night shift to a close. I'm almost over with this game as well. It's the final bit of the game, but it could still take an hour or two, but still. Hold it! They're not. To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds. Of course, of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Ouch, he looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. Ha 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 ha. I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. A lesson here in court? Morse code is a continuous series of two distinct tones. Tones, you say? Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters. I see. For example, this is A. This is B. But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? But it sounds so similar, the rhythm of it is the same and everything. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. Ha 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 ha. Really, you shouldn't be surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in future. Ugh. Stop. Nothing to say, but stop. Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it? Iris? I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely. Could there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code? Give it a try. There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection!
Objection! Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code, two tones are required, dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, it would appear that the defense has hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code? Got it! Yes, this is it then. Oh, come on. You know, the correct answer, but the game doesn't give you the credit. The usual.
Hold it.
Listen, this game is a minefield of breaks of logic. Like, you need to safety save all the time. Trust me. Alright. So, back on point. Like, two reasons. One, I'm an old-school PC gamer, meaning make multiple saves. Like, if you have 5 saves, you have about still 5 more saves too little to, like, fully, like, you know, back up save your game. Like, so it's like a combination of avoid corruption, and then just, like, on top of that, this game is brutal in punishing you if you don't think of everything in the precise, specific way the game wants you to think of them, in the precise order and in the precise... And sometimes, the correct answer is the wrong answer. It's happened a few times. Like, I forget the exact evidence at this point, but there was... I distinctly remember a scene where, in a previous trial, the obvious answer was the correct one, and I presented that evidence, like the most pertinent evidence which showed the answer. But for some weird-ass reason, the game instead wanted the slightly less relevant evidence showing slightly less of that same thing. So the slightly more wrong evidence was the only correct answer. And you get like penalized hard for every quote-unquote mistake, so... Ooh.
Objection!
I need to watch my playthrough again to remember the exact spot it was, but... Ugh, it sucked. Alright.
Got it!
There. Good gracious, what am I looking at here? You're looking at the incompetence of you. How's about that for an answer? Another movement on the underside of the music box. Yes. What? I know, he's Santa Claus. That's absolutely Santa Claus. It's gotta be. Like, my working theory is, and we've established this multiple times in chat, that Santa Claus, when he's not doing Christmas stuff on Christmas, that's his, like, day job on every other day of the year of being a judge in an 1890s court in London, right? And his gift to the world is try to, like, just reduce overpopulation by, you know, sentencing the maximum amount of people to death. So there's less people to worry about, you know. That's his gift to the world. Yes, likes to hang people. Yes, absolutely. And preferably innocent people. Like, he gets a little bit off on that, I think. It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put 2 discs in this music box, and the sound of both will play back at the same time. Good heavens! As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of 2 tones, a short dot and a long dash. Like, make no mistake, I'm gonna give you an example from this case, yeah? So, at one point, the scenario was that our defendant, the 17-year-old pickpocket Gina, a young lady, was found unconscious in a, locked room, like locked from the inside, with an empty gun and the store owner as the victim. Outside of that storeroom, in the main store, like in the main room of the shop, there were at least 2 burglars who were in the witness stand who had also one gun, and there was one shot that was shot from that, which was shot at Herlock Sholmes, our companion in that scene, let's put it that way. A complicated history, but that's too long to explain. In any case, it was determined that as long as there is not a 3rd bullet, there's no way to account for any other way for the dead person to have been killed than by our client, because, the bullets would add up. One to Sholmes and one to the victim. However, and that Sholmes' bullet was thought to be in the wall going through Sholmes, right? However, what happened, we realized through some blood analysis and also through finding the actual bullet in Sholmes' equipment, that the bullet in the wall was actually a 3rd bullet, and that 3rd bullet was shown to blow the entire case wide open, opening the possibility of another gun being in the scene, which wasn't, accounted for, and not on the person of the two burglars, meaning that they must have had an extra individual with them who was not at that point known. That adds an entirely new shooter into the scenario, right? That blew the entire case wide open and fell, and even the judge said, I believe the exact quote was along the lines of, this 3rd bullet destroys the entire case the prosecution has been building. Like, even the judge, said that it essentially crumbles the entire case the prosecution has built, right? Santa, yes? After that, the prosecution said, well, if you feel like that's the case, then this boys, you need to prove, number 1, that there indeed was a 3rd guy, and 2, you need to prove who he was from all of the 7 million people who live in London. And get this, even after Santa admitted that we broke the prosecution's case, Santa went along with this. And if we would not have been able to identify the 3rd person just out from basically, Jesus telling us from the heavens into the mind of our lawyer here, because there's no way to know, right? 7 million to 1 chance of even with that notion that Santa told us that the prosecution's case was over, gone, destroyed with that 3rd bullet, because there has to be a 3rd guy. Santa went along with this, and if we wouldn't have been able to identify the 3rd guy, Santa would have hanged our defendant. He just likes it. He likes to kill people. That's what he's like. Okay. As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of 2 tones, a short dot and a long dash. With the 2nd disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. This is beyond a joke. Well, because it's not a joke. Therefore, beyond a joke. This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with a 2nd disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. And may I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilded 2 months ago, striking a deal over the disc or discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly, I had nothing to do whatsoever with it. Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere. But I haven't found it yet. Oh dear, it looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Runo. You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon. If I must, though, I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I have no relation to the man.
Hold it!
Hold it! Are you his son? Like, what's the deal with you? So 2 months ago in that omnibus, McGilded killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seemed he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him. That doesn't make much sense though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire a secret government information? How indeed? There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all of this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason, in order to take it to the meeting with McGilded and negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that. An old brickmaker from an artisan quarter and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together. I feel like I read this before. I couldn't see anything that Milverton doesn't ring any bells. East End. Yeah, Milverton Mason. It doesn't. Milverton. Like, I feel like it has something to do with Susato's notes on the case, but I don't see anything, at least yet. If you have nothing more to add on that note, let us return to the witness testimony. I feel like there's gotta be something, but... Look, all we've done is break into the gaff the other night, like what he told us to do.
Hold it!
Hold it! Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean? That's it, yeah. Who else, eh? Silly me thought he was just popping over for a natter after all them years, but the rotter had a dodgy job for all them years. Interesting. Hey, Ash? Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say. Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon's an old China.
Excuse me!
Excuse me. Is something wrong, Mrs. Skulkin? Hey? No, the other Mr. Skulkin. What? Who, me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when. Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash, I mean. You look at... I'm now in his fancy whistle and flute and you wouldn't add him any... Good God. This dialect writing, I can't deal with this. Whistle and... Okay. But when he was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us. Is that so? But he was always a leery one. He had the brains and the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads. Gore blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember, Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run. There we are, Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run. There we go. That was a corker, eh? Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Oi, the teacher asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? I don't know, could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? Add it to the testimony. My lord. Yes, counsel. The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case. Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement the testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more, Skulkin's never skulkin'. Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run. There we go. We have reached.
Objection.
I seem to have outsmarted myself again. Okay. I don't want to go through this. So I suppose I press it then?
Hold it!
Hold it. I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that was what it was all about. That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? The business name. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say, but it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved. Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from? Oh, right, I thought a clever clogs like you'd have worked that one out. That's... Hold it! Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this interval? Objection! Let me guess. You don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying. Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well... It weren't the happiest of homes that one came from. I thought I saw that fruit, like, grow back, but, yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much, his wife walked out on him. Yeah, yeah. they just grow back between dialogue. That is brutally weird. Like, not even cutting away, it is like, bang! Just grow back the bits. That's pretty... That's honestly a little bit cheap, but... She took the name Graydon then, see? But Ash will always be a Milverton to us. Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not, this is all a bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena these records, Mr. Graydon. Ugh. Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Very well, yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things, and could turn out to be extremely important. Boom! All of a sudden, we seem to be up our necks in a serious matter of national security, although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage. It would explain a number of things though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago, and the break-in at Windybanks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGilded. No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was so horribly murdered. If only there was some link between the two men somehow. I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here could be those two brothers. Alright. So... now let's go.
Hold it!
Hold it! So 2 months ago, omnibus... I've been to this rigmarole. I feel like the game is not gonna let me push this even now, but maybe? Because there's like 3 well, I don't have the profile of the brickmaker anymore, but the, you know, Mason Milverton.
Objection!
There we go. Jesus, I was worried that the game would still not let me make the connection because the game is just like that. That's just the reality we seem to live in with this one. Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing for me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we know, who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right, only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Can Santa put it together? Same bad time, same bad channel. Milverton? Do you mean to say? Saints alive! That by coincidence they had the same last name but have no relation to each other? Oh my goodness! Yes. Mr. Ashley Milverton. Is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? I don't... As I believe I mentioned earlier, Your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service, and it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. Grr. The truth is you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it on to McGilded in collaboration with your father. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. By dint of this music box, you mean, Counsel? Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at Windybanks 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulking Brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? Huh? We never knew nothing about that. On the night that Mr. Windybank was killed. The intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item and one item alone, the music box. As rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera indeed. So, the question that naturally begs answering is this: why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Oh, the blood is in the sleeve now. Sir? There appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. What? Ah! 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windybank's pawnbrokery. 1 took the life of the pawnbroker himself. 1 struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? He's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Man got busted pants down. He did? But I tell you, we've been at this for 6 hours! Like, good God! It took some time to nail this down. God damn! Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, I was a fool to think I could trust some common back slum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windybanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. Why did you involve them? I wonder. Like, if you were willing to murder anyway, like, you had a gun, if you're a faster shot, that's that, right? Like, if you involve people in your high treason, you know, scheme, that's involving people in your crime. Like, people turn on you. That's just how it is. Like, don't do crime, 1. Don't do treason, 2. Don't do murder. Like, that's a really good, like, you know, 3 big rules of life, yes? No crime, no murder, no treason. Yes? Good. If you're gonna, don't involve more people in that. That's just, like, asking for more trouble. More people have seen stuff. They can turn on you. Like, yes, you made a mistake there. You know. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded. I feel like that dancing probably hurts quite a bit. You don't need to do that, I think. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. He's not going to go down without a fight, not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is... well, we know that 1 bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulking Brothers gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windybank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. I still don't fully accept, like, sure, all of the reasoning does suggest that the, you know, Skulking Brothers gun went to Sholmes' pouch, sure. But they don't do ballistics. They're just, like, assuming that that's where the bullets went. You know, I don't like that. Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windybank was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder. Goodness. That's right, Mr. Graydon. Milverton, let's rub it in. Grr. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windybank that night is you! He's pointing at the prosecution. Ha 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 ha. You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. Is he gonna pull out a gun? Is that the answer? What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide the fact naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you ever consider the possibility? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see, this makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. In the Ace Attorney world, he's not wrong in the sense that Ace Attorney judges and prosecutors are notoriously willing to listen to known criminals, admitted criminals, murderers, thieves, anyone, as long as their testimony, no matter how much they lie, how many times they lie, how many times they've been caught lying, in that same trial, they will still believe everything they say in order to, you know, call guilty on my defendant. So he's sort of not wrong, but only because it's Ace Attorney. What? Are you suggesting? I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at the door, poor defense's pawnbroker, and shot him. You what? Again, don't be so dramatic, Ruinosuke. You're not helping yourself with these bum. Like, come on. Order, order, order. Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Mr. Graydon. Yes? I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. He's already going down for high treason and murder. I don't think he's gonna care for perjury. Like, no one gives a damn about perjury in Ace Attorney. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully. Again, that isn't him losing anything. Either he tells the truth and is incriminated as the killer, or, you know, either he says nothing and is still incriminated as the killer, or he tries to lie, and if he succeeds, he's off, and if he fails, he's incriminated as the killer. His only way to win anything is try to lie. Like, come on, idiot. Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. Oh, come on, you're idiots. I mean, I know this is Ace Attorney, but good God. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw. I mean, this should not, like, even in Ace Attorney, this is like pushing it and being, like... I'm not sure. But I feel like even in Ace Attorney, even in the other games, at the, like, essentially end point of now we found out who did it, you know? Like, now we know that this is like... I'm not sure if they've at that point accepted, like, oh, I saw the defendant do it instead, sort of a testimony section still. I feel like the games have gotten close a couple of times, but this is so blatant, like, so like beyond the line. I don't know. This might be the worst of them all in that sense. Nothing would give me greater pleasure, oh, I'm sure. The moment of the shooting. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Windybank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood spatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. What? I feel like that's like so obvious. Like I mean, yeah, it's lies, but it's so obvious to point out that it's a lie. Like, one, the girl wasn't bloodied. Two, the gun was in there with the girl. What the hell? Extraordinary testimony. Well, that's a word for it, sure. You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. He do be dumb, yeah. Order, order, order. It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand had been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. the truth. Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that. Is Gregson really still gonna protect him? Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. You say the blood spattered over the accused's coat. Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? If her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood... I mean, there is that though. The blood part actually might check out, now that I think about it. Because we don't actually... Do we know for an absolute fact that that blood is Mason's? You know, Mason Milverton's? Like, it said so in the court record, yes. But I think we just made that assumption because of the blood that... Because that blood was on this note. And it's the same... And like, we can't prove this chemical analysis in court, so it's like, just for us, but... Maybe, I don't know. I'm wondering, like, how much is a guinea in, like, money? £1 and 1 shilling. Same as 1.05 in modern money. Okay, so 1.05... I'm wondering how much he paid the thugs to be there. Like, I'm trying to, like, figure that out. I think he said 10 guineas, right? So it's like 10.5 pounds in... So value of, so amount 10.5. So 10.5 purchasing power to about 1,384 pounds today. Which, again, 1,384 English pounds in euros, for example, is essentially 1,618 euros and a half. Take the knife and cut them all to find out. Yeah. Or the katana, rather. But yeah, I do kind of agree, though. There's a lot of wondering going on with this one, though. This is an odd one. Like, I'm just wondering. So he's not wrong about the blood being a thing, but I'm just, how do I? We know the blood evidence. We can't really make that stick in this court because they just won't accept it as true and actual real evidence. That much we can be sure of. All right. I'm a call quits. Yeah, hey, but hey, thanks for watching though, and thanks for stopping by and watching me bumble about. Always appreciated. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. Guys, next stream as well. Good night. Hey, have an excellent night, and I indeed hope to see you again next time. Next time will probably be a different game, since I think this one is gonna, like, this is the final part of this Ace Attorney game. There's a second one, but I at least you know, not immediately. I will be moving on to something else in the short term at least. So here's the true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. There's nothing dubious about it, Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound. Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used. With your lordship's permission, we could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. This doesn't look good, Runo. Why not? Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. If they tested with their chemicals... Oh, help, you're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Don't move, Ginny, I'm gonna shoot. But that's not Mr. Windybank's blood. That stain is from 2 months ago. Also, if we understand anything about how blood operates, like, the blood wouldn't spray on her if she shoots the dude in the back, though. Like, that's not how bullet wounds work. It doesn't, like, spray back from it like meters in distance, you know? That's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Lord Van Zieks, make it so at once. With pleasure, my lord. And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with a cross-examination. Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Gina will be... Counsel! Yes, my lord. Your cross-examination. Of course, my lord. If this cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. I swear, if there's one more summation examination... While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance of the shop.
Hold it!
Hold it! Mr. Windybank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I've never been so scared in all my life. Yeah, we're just regular, mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence, says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. And then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. I'm just wondering about the music, like, I mean, is it really that, like, are you sure it's gonna be smarter to not wait until morning for the place to open again? And just buy the thing from the shelf, or even go back the same evening. I don't think they closed the shop for business just because there was a small altercation with Gina and this boy about the disc earlier like yesterday. Like, why not just buy the thing from the shelf? Look at the shelves and buy it and go. I don't get it. so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to help my little bruv, but the old geezer chucked me over the blooming counter. So I pulled my gun on the old fella, and that soon as made him scarper. The pair of you setting up upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together, shame on you. Sorry, Gov. When Windybank threw Nasher with a counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm.
Hold it!
Hold it! You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the three men were brawling. It was at exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. Windybank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally, anyway, it didn't quite strike home. When I pulled my gun on him, he tried to shove me out the way. And then he scarpered through that door out back. At which point, what did you do? I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though.
Hold it!
Hold it! You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned? Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom's door is a solid job, made of stout wood. But there's a small opening in it about a head height that lets you see what's in there from the outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through myself at that night. And what about you, burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well? Not likely, Gov. Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov. I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence. The skulking brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windybank take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant. Yes, though neither of them noticed what I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then what did you see next? I think he said facing each other, and that's also a lie, because shot in the back, so it's full of these weird things.
Hold it!
Accused black coat, and here's this like shot in the back. Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. That was Mr. Windybank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. As we already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. Ah, but no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Windybank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the skulking's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely, a third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time.
Objection!
Objection! But no other gun was found at the scene. Ha 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 ha. Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry. You must consider the events in order. At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then, all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back. A chilling image, I must say. Saw the blood spatter all over the wretched girl.
Hold it!
Hold it! All over her? Yes, through the peephole I saw it clearly. I'm curious, like, how does he know about the blood, though? From months ago. That's like, the guess that, like, I don't know. It's such a weird coincidence just to, like, guess that there's blood on her, you know? I don't know. Yes, with the peephole, I saw it clearly. Of course the stains are invisible now, what with the goat being such a dark color. But I assure you, that garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure. But it's not Mr. Windybag's blood, is it? No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when the McGilded stabbed him 2 months ago. It's so annoying. If they'd only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that. But they won't, so unfortunately we can't use it as evidence to support our case. Bother. And then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape.
Hold it!
Hold it! Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room. That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door to where I was watching. Of course I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door. But why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. Yes, it was yours truly. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up? We'd made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute here told us to tidy up. He thinks he's our blooming mum sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? You're like a bull at a gate, aren't you?
Excuse me!
Excuse me. Gentlemen. Something wrong, Sunshine? That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin. Blimey, he's a bit of an hooligan, ain't he? What was going on just now? You saw him, he grabbed me whistle. Why the blazes, he said, didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down the station? And why didn't you? Because we didn't know nothing about it, or that flaming peephole in the door. Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes, not hurt, are you? Gore blimey, see the way he's looking at me? I'm telling ya, this D gives me the willies. That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Rexy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him. Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. Interesting. My lord. Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. I have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. Ah, the blood. On the accused's overcoat. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. That temporary suspension might come back again, maybe, I feel. I presume you have no objection, counsel. No, my lord. Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of spattering following a gunshot wound. Goodness me, that doesn't sound right though, considering that the Now I'm thinking though. So okay, let's assume it was from a gunshot wound. I have to admit I was slightly also confused by the amount of blood from being from a stabbing though, like a geyser outward from the stab. It was thrust into the person, not like slashed an artery open and then like from an open, wound with nothing to hold the blood in. But there was a stab into a person, It would also explain why the pawnbroker accepted a bloody coat because it wasn't bloody then. That always struck me as weird. Like, why would he accept a bloody coat, So it might be more likely that the spattering indeed came here. And that would also explain why the dude was talking about blood, because it indeed sprayed onto her then. Which means that the handprint, glove print on the ticket is also Windybank's blood, then. Wait, that's not true. No, that is how. Oh. No, the ticket is still Mason's though. The ticket is from McGilded's club, and that's still Mason's blood. Yeah, fine, cool, yeah, okay. And then it works. Yeah. See, what did I tell you? Objection. No, the blood on that coat is not Mr. Windybank's. What on earth makes you say that, Counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windybank's, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case. Objection! Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Sorry? 2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence? It's my job, douchebag. And yet, now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer. It seems like that's the case, my dude. Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. That was... I call it bally disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is. Again, having, the simple folk try and understand the notion of a lawyer. There's every once in a while, even in our media, there's these, news articles that ask the lawyers of, people like, murderers and whatever, right? Like how can one defend like a criminal? And they're like, that's how the justice of the Republic works. That in order for the justice system to operate, the criminals also need to have a proper and legal actual defense of, their rights and whatever, because that's just how the human rights of this stuff works. You idiots. It doesn't seem noble and whatever in an instance of a case, but this stuff also means that we can't just be assumed guilty because, well, he looks like it, or or because we think he might have done it, so yeah, that's good enough, you know? To avoid all sorts of that, to keep on to the notion of innocent until proven guilty. Yes? That's how that works, right? Therefore, they have to have a proper legal defense, even if they are criminals. That's just how it is, and how it's supposed to be. Ugh. Regardless of whether or not they've done stuff. If they plead not guilty, then that's how it goes. Like, it might not be a good defense, and if you're not feeling that you can't present a good defense with a not guilty appeal, then you can resign. That's different, but that's all it is. Alright, how to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not. Even a stereoscope couldn't help the answer to that problem pop out. It can't be done. But we used Mr. Sholmes' specially formulated... Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist. Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer? I held out Pirodsky to starving boy, and he ran away crying. Okay. Sherlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. Its name carries no weight in this courtroom, no weight at all. How could you say that? I mean, honestly, I agree with Van Ziek's though, because it seems like Sherlock Sholmes has again been the mastermind of getting countless of innocent people put to death by the same justice system. Like, I've seen it get really close already. Twice. Well, once in a boat, not in this justice system, but the other one in this justice system. So, victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such conclusions, sir? As the witness said, the accused's coat was spattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. No, it's not, and you're being too dramatic about this. And so are you being too dramatic about this. My lord. Been a long battle, this one, but this old warhorse has something to say now, if you please. And again, all guilty, and another summation examination. It's a little long-winded, this. This game gets a little bit bloated at times. I have to just... I've said so before, though. It feels very much in this one, but it also felt that way in the second one. The second case was bloated as hell. Like, they dragged out a case with 3 rooms, 2 of which had any real relevance, really, for like 6 hours. It was crazy stupid. As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision, and again, summation examination. Again, this means nothing. Guilty means nothing. We know this. Come on. Ready, men, all for one, and...
Guilty.
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 Means nothing.
Guilty.
Means nothing.
Guilty.
Means nothing.
Guilty.
Means nothing. Like, there's no drama in this bit. This doesn't work because there's 0 drama in it. Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict and summation examination number 3, and we didn't finish the cross-examination anyway, and blah, 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 blah. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Nope, we unpicked him from his name, his previous occupation, that he was actually in the crime scene. Van Zieks, why do you say these stupid things? Really, come on, man. Secondly, we have the right to summation examination, then we turn this stuff all over, just keep on keeping on. And I believe all of the, like, 4 of the jurors trust Herlock Sholmes' chemistry thing, and that's already enough for not guilty, and now they just went guilty again for no reason, just saying, so, yeah. Here's to any attempt you make at unpicking the juror's decision being equally successful. Yeah. Uvag. That's also my reaction to this, because I don't... 3 summation examinations, come on. And the drama of, like, the guilty, because the guilty means nothing. How is it all unraveling on me so fast? You know, the defense, summation examination. How very distressing to be held in such low esteem. Hello, Herlock. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Officer. You've delivered the report now, that will be all, thank you. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice. Am I going mad? No, there was a small cutscene in between the sections, so I figured that Herlock is going to be a thing at some point, so... Ah! Honestly, with his history so far, I got a feeling he might just point the finger at Gina again, because Gina is innocent and he gets off in getting innocents killed, though. Just saying. Mr. Sholmes, what is the meaning of this? Order, order, order. What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard you were recuperating in hospital. As well I would be had I not been set up on an errand. What errand? Hurley, it's really you're awake at last. Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise, my apologies. But now, my lord, if you will humor me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes, would you be so kind to spare us the time? What say you to this, Lord Van Zieks? He's gonna object, I think, and he's right to. This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already. Exactly, having spent so long already, you won't have to go wasting more precious time. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Why does Gregson really, like, I don't understand, like, is Gregson actually a criminal? Like, is he a player in the government secrets, like, treason? Very well then, counsel, you have 5 minutes. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now? Ahahahaha. Alright, I'm all wrong. Sorry? I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes, but I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me as you pass out. Let's make this discussion as short as possible. Here, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Ah, well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community, an oversight on my part. Right, modesty? Surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. Is it like cake? What's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping? It's from Susato, yeah, that much, because they talk to... A leaving present from Miss Susato. Does that tell us how she knew of the Hound of the Baskervilles? From Miss Susato. If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. The eyes did a bit of a jitter there. Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means of both devious and underhand, and that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. Alrighty. A leaving present from Susato-san, whatever could it be? What is this? It's the device to create the cat doors. Oh! It's the machine I made. Ah. Meow, indeed. Look, I used this. It's my latest invention. What is that? I call it the cat flapomat. It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. What's Susie up to? Miss Susato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Didn't she say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night, when you left Windybanks in pursuit of the thieves, Mrs. Sato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow. Oh, so the peephole wasn't there yet! Or what? No, not at all cryptic then. So Susato-san used this cat flapomat that night, but why? A compact machine for the rapid creation of small flaps in large doors to allow cats to come in and go freely. Your 5 minutes is over. Out of time already? Righto. I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination, but any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? I'm gonna indict you. How's that for a plan? Because I think, regardless of whether or not you did it, I think you deserve to be tried and convicted of at least one murder to like prevent you from doing your evil, you know, getting innocents killed, you know, through the courtroom system, as we've mentioned many times over. That's his shtick. The rest is down to me. I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the defense requests My instinct says cross-examination. Okay, okay, so first off, we look at this a little bit. I'm unsure if there's anything I can... Phew, those vicious teeth look like they could rip through almost anything. They're good, aren't they? They're made of a special alloy I developed just for this job. The cutter rotates 10 times per second, so it can get through any kind of door in no time at all. And what are the two parts of the top there? Ah, those are for attaching hinges to the section of door that gets cut out. Right, of course. Nothing can match this machine's power. It can make mincemeat of even the toughest of doors. It sounds so charming and friendly when you say what it is, but what it's for, but it feels like the reality of the cat Flapomat is that it's a grim weapon of door destruction. Wagahai is so adorable, there's nothing I wouldn't do for him, even developing deadly weapons. That's a dangerous thinking, that doesn't sound, yeah. So 2 hinges though, so at least that door was not made by this thing. I'm so confused. Man, I wish I could see that opening in the... I don't know. Like, it's the only thing that fits, but... okay. My instinct is cross-examination. Further cross-examination.
Objection!
Objection! The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now. Objection! The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with the one of an existing witness. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. My lord, requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Thank you, officer. Very well, the cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord. So nobody can say anything then. If Bruno asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon, the court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd. It is, but so I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I've decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witnesses. Oh, come on! And but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. A single chance to present evidence? Oh boy. If following that the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsel? So you will not press the witness any further? My lord. Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. Mr. Sholmes! To stand so insequently before the court in a state of such high fever, either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, won't you? Again, I have no real sympathy for him. I've multiple times said that the implications of his character are pretty grim. Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared? Yes. One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down, or Iris. And I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me. I do wonder, if I would have chosen a summation examination, then, like, would there have been writing for an entirely pointless summation examination that couldn't have gone nowhere? Like, somehow I doubt that. I think they would have just, like, I don't know, like, made some sort of a, you know, offhand statement of, there's no way to change our minds, and then they just, well, do you want to do anything else, or whatever, with some life lost. It just, you know. And I won't waste its final chance that Susato-san has given me, which she should have given me in the first place? I don't get this. Why wouldn't she? This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. Very well then, under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination. Like, this is like... I read some reviews of this game, and there was a very specific criticism that I came across that I hadn't really noticed in this game, but if this goes the way I think it's gonna, then I can probably see where they're coming from. I might as well say, I suppose, that like some reviews complained that the game suffers from the notion of, instead of offering an interesting puzzle to work out with the stuff at hand, the game suffers from the syndrome of just presenting you with the actual crucial piece of evidence, like the magical piece of evidence at the very end that solves the thing, without giving you any chance to actually solve it yourself. Therefore, it's not a puzzle. It's more like a dialogue box story to reach a secret magical piece of evidence that there's no way to guess beforehand. It seems like this is going to be the case. It kind of looks like it, so... Different music and everything. I don't know. I mean, there's two statements that mention the peephole. So it's gonna be a 50-50 shot of guessing garbage. Ugh. I got a bad taste about this one. Well, safety save is there, so there's only two options.
Objection!
What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Counsel? Oh, it's my cat flapomat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of and make a new little door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please without their owners having to open them. I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. Ah. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance in this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I described its function in another way, then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windybank had taken place. That's right, according to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes. Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? I know, it's pretty weird, huh? There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said so. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake? Yes, how could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? No! I feel like I saw like a knob on that peephole though, like pull it back and forth. Like not hinge, like hinges too, but like a knob for like, you know, grabbing. I don't think the mechanism that creates that, so what? This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions? That is a most serious act of vandalism, for which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Riddled with... Explain yourself, counsel. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. Grr. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Ugh. Order, order. Is there any credence in this revelation?
Objection!
Objection! None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly, there's just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors. That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second. There's a door behind you. I had a feeling you'd say that. What? Waggy, cooey. Time for dinner. Well. Ah. Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey. I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the peephole in the storeroom door at Windybanks was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was. No, but it's easy. What? The cat flaps my cat flapper creates are all of a fixed size. And the dimensions of the peephole at Windybanks are an exact match. Ugh. Hehe, old Selkie's lost for words. Excellent work, Iris, thank you. And now it's my learned student friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume that the peephole has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. It might be in the photos, though. Maybe. Not in the existing ones, mind you, but like other ones beyond. Oh, that's pretty good. That is true. The peephole is at 1:30 AM, but it's not in the other one. I did not pick up on that. That is proper good, man. Meaning that there was actually multiples, like there was the differences of that set of stuff, this broken lamp that was still never addressed, the people here, obviously, and then the cat flap. God damn. There we are. I did not pick up on that one. That's pretty good. Ah, what is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Banzeeks? It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. Ah. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. What? Indeed that is so, Lord Banzeeks. Well, counsel. Don't give up now, Runo. We know the facts. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's perfectly okay. It's pretty close, mind you, but there we are. God damn, though, that... There was a hint that there was something off with that. I'll need to, like, digest that a little bit. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through. I don't know if I can do this, but I know one thing. Susato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Very well, the counsel for the defense will present the evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the peephole in the door of Windybank storeroom was created at the event, after the event, and not before. Photo of Gina. The game is notoriously brutal in being dumb, so let's maybe make a safety save first, just to be sure.
Take that!
Take that! What are you? A print from that detective's infernal cameras again? My judicial assistant, Miss Sato Mikatoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And the necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel. This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defense's broker. But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description. Ah. Mr. Graydon. You couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. Urgh. In other words, your testimony is a catalogue of lies. Nurgur. Ah! And he's up again. Ah! Error! Order. I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with the crime scene. But more importantly, good lord, there's more, Lord Van Zeeks. The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury, but that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. You actually said so yourself that it is, my dude. You said that if he's lying, that means he's the killer. Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene, it's true. And I was shot in the arm, it's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Oh, please. Don't do so dramatic, like, throwbacks at those. Like, you're not helping anyone by doing that. You're just hurting your own chances, man. It looks bad. But they're right. As it stands, no. No. Point out that Van Zeeks himself said to that if lies, then murderer. In this specific instance, in this specific witness with that testimony. I don't have any definitive proof that he's the culprit. Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Iris? You know what they say? There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Isn't that right, Bruno? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait, that might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there is a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What?
Objection!
Objection! This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the courts? Explain this alleged inconsistency. Iris was right. One lie begets another. I'm still, like, I feel like I've seen, a knob for, like, grabbing in that peephole, though. That's really bugging me. Like, when did that appear, or did I just imagine it? Like, in you know, flashback scenes, or, like, illustrative scenes or something. I feel like there was, like, a small, like, a knob on the thing that you just, like, you can, that part just bugs me. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about, namely bloodstains on the coat. The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat. That's right, the victim's blood spattered all over her when she shot him. But how could you possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the peephole in the... The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously Has the cat got your tongue, witness? The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred, and once I returned to the shop having failed to catch the two burglars. Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windybanks constantly, carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of porn articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have the officers working around the clock in shifts so we'd get through it all. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door. Did Gregson tell you? So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
Objection! And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door. How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zeeks? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. I think we're gonna arrest you pretty soon, Gregson. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so it's all the same to you. Permission denied. Oh. It's not all the same to me, Inspector, not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Objection! Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes. But the defense believe that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. Who is the person in question, counsel? Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony? Gregson, what is up, man? At some point I started suspecting that you are a rotten criminal, but it's an interesting twist on the quote-unquote Scotland Yard detective of the Sherlock Holmesian archetype people. That's very interesting. I mean, there was that one Sherlock Holmes game that had a not Inspector Lestrade, but a different dude being that boy for like one game or something, or you know. But yeah, or like a few cases. I'm not sure. Oh boy. Gregson.
Take that!
Take that! The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Huh? Me?
Objection!
Objection! You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess, while the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from Communications Station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea. No inkling that he would have suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the peephole. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position. That he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information, so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin. Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is a blooming outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigation to this fella, eh? Well, maybe he has something on you, or you're a high traitor. I was summoned to his lordship's chamber during the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view in the stand where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred, yet they did. Never says the word couldn't possibly, because they did. Before our eyes. Ooh, I've just remembered something, Bruno. I mean, I don't like it that we are so idiots that we can't keep a single thought in our minds, you know. What is it, Iris? There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying. Like, it's really weird. There's individual puzzle solutions in this game that are very, very demanding to get right. As in, you know, old school Ace Attorney, like, as in Ace Attorney games they sometimes are. And at the same time, this game is in like following through with getting us up to speed with the logic that's gonna happen or has just happened, is so handholdy that it like meanders all the time about these obvious points. I've mentioned this multiple times over, but it just keeps happening and I have to mention it again. Like, it's been obvious since about 15 minutes ago that it's A. Gregson and when it happened. Like, when they were whispering to each other. And now we need to just just keep hammering the same point over and over home until even the most dumb can realize, oh, me with 95% of my brain lost in the kiting accident 10 years ago, even I can suddenly realize that that's the solution. Like, it doesn't feel good. Like, when I realized it's really clever when you realize the thing that happened, that happens, but in 9 cases out of 10, the game still meanders around that point and about that point and reiterates that point like 30, 40 dialogue boxes over and over again. And like, after different dialogues happen, they return to just hammering home that notion to like reach the, oh, it was that moment. Like, oh, it's so frustrating. Oh yes, now you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilded's music box from the scene of the crime. And it's not this bad in the other Ace Attorney games, like not even close. I'm kind of puzzled why it's like this here. I've played all the other ones, all the mainline ones, and Miles and Edgeworth Investigation 1. That problem, like, I think Dual Destinies is the most handholdy of the mainline ones, but not in this way. It's just like helps you to avoid mistakes much more, like, friendly, if that makes sense. Like, there's not many really hard puzzle, like, solving choices in that, but it doesn't, like, meander on the point for, like, million minutes when you've realized what it is. Like, oh. That's it. It was during that testimony. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. You little toe rag, you're making all this up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Well, you want treason. Maybe you're a Republican, you know? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Again, as I said, admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind, then it starts to make more sense. What deal, Counsel? I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the peephole at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that, if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance, which is what? You will be denied 1 cup of tea for 1 day and then it's fine? Like perjury?
Objection.
Well, objection! It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is the Snippany student's speciality. I don't do that. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The second disc, probably. The court must see proof of this alleged deal. If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it. Bruno, do you think it could be... Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. I must press you for an answer now, Counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness? Let me think. Well, it's either the music box or the small... Well, the small music box is probably the thing because it needs the other disc. But again, safety save, right? The game might require me to give the slightly wrong answer, which is actually the music disc, so...
Take that!
Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What are you getting at now, Sunshine? Is it possible that this other top-secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice. I wonder if the newspaper article would have also been an accepted answer. It's sometimes the case that 2 answers are right. I haven't seen that in this game, but I haven't tested it either. But I know it's the case in a couple of instances in the mainline games, I think. How the bleeding Nora could you... We discovered during the course of this trial that the music box deposited at Windybanks by Magnus McGilded, a special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case. You little... Aha! Order. On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windybanks, you said this. I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. I know, don't give it to him, blah blah blah, it's mine, that is, mine. I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. Scotland Yard already knew at that time, isn't that right? That Magnus MacGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets. My orders were: recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't that sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness? To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony and getting away with murder? There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the peephole. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men. Ah!
Objection!
Objection! If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth. It would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly, he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious, then you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person?
Yes!
Yes! Objection for yes! The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once. Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Guinea was testifying before. And Gregsy hasn't moved from the witness stand since. True story. My lord, please, immediately. Well, Inspector. This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. You're gonna drag this out, aren't you? However, if it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search. It's in his fish and chips. He's gonna agree to it. I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court services, this trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious. Severe reprimand means like, hey, you lied, it's like perjury. They say like, that was bad, and then you just go home and it's fine. Indeed, to have a visiting student make such a defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook. You're just threatening Runo because you're scared. The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Very well, Counsel, you know the implications, so let me ask you one final time. Yes, my lord. Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects? Search someone else. Search the green dude. He, you know, manhandled him. Yes, the defense formally demands the search be conducted. Well, Don't say you weren't warned, but your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough. I've got nothing to hide. Very well then. Bailiff, conduct a objection! The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What? Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of all this, huh? Lost it at last, have you, Sunshine? The court shouldn't have put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Irrational is Ace Attorney, though. That's par for the course, my dudes. Be quiet, all of you. Bruno's doing what you all told him to do and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way. Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words. You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord. If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has that disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be. Counsel, of whom do you request the search now? Nash Skulkin.
Take that!
Take that! Of my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin. Well, I never. Lie me? Him? Very well then, bailiff. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. Hold it! Please, my lord. Inspector? Scotland Yard, has to object to this search.
Objection!
Objection! That feels pretty good. Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But Lord Van Zeeks, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Ah! Bailiff, carry out the search. Now hold on, Mo. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out! Ah! Here, my lord. In the witness's pocket. I found this. Good lord, that's... another music box disc. I don't know nothing about it, nothing. That is a second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Oh boy! Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Arr. Ah! That feels pretty good, I have to admit. Like, I've been looking for that Ace Attorney feeling of nailing a person just in the... There it is. That feels pretty good, I have to admit. Ah, Mr. Skulkin, what have you to say for yourself? Gordon Bennett, I mean just Gordon Flaming Bennett. I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc, honest to God. Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck between this witness and this detective, no? Without question, my lord. Then, for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that their inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall what unusual behavior. Ah. It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with a second disc in your jacket pocket? I admit to nothing of the sort. While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. Yeah, he did and all, though thought me noggin was gonna fall clean off, it did. I was wishing I'd been born as a me brother. I was. And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't got a clue, he just suddenly turned and grabbed me and started shaking me. Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when we got down to the station? That was he said. Yelled it right to my ear hole, it did. Me eat still throbbing now. The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. Ugh. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Well, bless my wig, he hid it? You. But I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. If a detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. My orders were, recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. Hush-hush, a top-secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if that information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the Ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing there was a chance that you may be researched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. Ah, does this mean... He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him to slip the second disc into his pocket. So it was all a pretense. Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon. Are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you in this alleged deal? No, we demand more time to summation, and we demand we want to testify that we saw events that means it is not actually London at all. It's actually Liverpool. It's fine. We're actually in India right now. Admit to it. Yours truly, please. Mr. Graydon. Clearly our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector. Objection! But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with the detective. All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of this is about. You what? Well, I mean, he at least, you know, is sensible in that, like, don't admit it then. Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I'm acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions. This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leanings. Well now, as a fellow servant of Queen and Country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector. Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idols. Stop. Detective has very much trust in eyes. More than this, I cannot say. I don't believe it. These 6 jurors they're going to believe in Gregson? They declare the decision now. Is Guinea going to be found guilty? Probably yes. Unfortunately, yes. Sorry. That seems like the only avenue of what this is gonna go to, yes. If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're gonna lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windybank or stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting the notion that he is a dirty, treasonous boy. Well then, Counsel, can you prove that Christmas is real? That's the real question of this this case, I feel. Everything else is mostly immaterial. Yes, I think we're gonna all agree on this point. I think it's fine the time I imposed Christmas on all of the people in this courtroom, and then make us all fly reindeers into the into the sun, and we all forget about any of this happening, right? That's the deal. Yes. That is, unless you have some compelling evidence to support the fact that the magic of Christmas has somehow been, have thus far not been presented to the court. Oh, sure. If I let the judge call on the jurors their leanings, I'll be found guilty. Gina will be found guilty. I mean, this is true, but I'm still just puzzled by the... I can't let go of that knob on the peephole. I feel like there really was one. It just doesn't feel right that there isn't one. It feels all manners of just wrong, So there's no choice then, Bruno. You have to throw some more evidence to them. If you say so. This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon? Leave it to the jury. The people will know the justice. Yes, no. Okay, what do I do? Maybe I'll just throw the manuscript at Gregson. I'll try that, sure, why not, right? Inspector Gregson, there is one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. What's that then? If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly. Well, go on. This is my last chance. It looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get this detective to admit to the deal he clearly struck with Graydon.
Take that!
What on earth is this, Counsel? Irrefutable proof, my lord, of the corrupt dealings that went on between these two men. Or perhaps, irrefutable proof of the corrupt workings of my learned friend's mind. Oh, come on! I thought it was really clever! I would force him because of the manuscript. Really? Come on! I thought it was really clever. I thought I really outsmarted the game there. To force Gregson into telling the truth, or I was just gonna ruin his career. Come on! Ah, come on! Like, that's a proper actual solution to the problem. Come on, man! That's bull. That is garbage, and you know it. Do I just, like, point the cat flapomat at their face and, like, I'm gonna make a flapomat in your face unless you tell the truth? Come on! That manuscript idea was so excellent! Like, that would have... And we don't even have the second disc in... Okay. Maybe the music box again to play the actual thing. I'm so bummed about that. I thought it was an excellent idea.
Take that!
Is that Magilla's Peculiar Music Box console? Yes, with a disc already in place ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well. Goodness, this disc console. Hold it! No, wait, I can't let you do that. Why not? Because it's got nothing to do with this case, that's why.
Objection!
Objection! Not true, Inspector. The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were a part of a Morse Code message. We know that Morse Code comprises of two distinct tones. The defense believed that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory. For crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. If you go into the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason. Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness. You're mad. If you let that secret information out into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot. Objection! Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because by fair means or foul you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare. I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. My lord, if you please. The court must hear the sounds made by that music box. Come on, Van Zieks, for Pete's sake, stop him.
Objection!
Objection! Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. Urgh. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law, so let me propose a toast. To uncovering the truth by fair means or foul. No! Very well, the defense stands the stance here and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen to as this music box is set in operation once more. This time with the second disc in place and both discs playing simultaneously. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse Code. Hold it. Alright, I admit it. Whatever you want. But for the love of God, shut that blooming box up. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you or did you not strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector? I admit nothing. I just coughed when I said that about stopping the music box. Boobity boobity boo. Like, ugh. I did. Stop. What are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess and we were stood here in the stand together, that's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile. Shut up! Psst, you there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbrokery the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances, so I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The peephole in the storeroom door and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did. But then it turned out the peephole had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? Ugh. Good words. There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windybank. Nurg. You. Traitor! Bailiff, restrain that man. At once. Alrighty. That's it then. It's all over. I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying, to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to try and to sell government secrets? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. You're a fiend with a queer talent, so you are. I've money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me a little plan now. I would steal the Ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the Ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings, how easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right, he was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse Code. So I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Look at you, Ashley, what a fine gent you've become, eh? He was a different man to the one in my memory, a thin, frail old man. So, a thin, frail old man is the person you really just recruit for treason, huh? That sounds like a plan right there, my dude. Quite the plan indeed. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made. Music box discs, huh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I've brought the score with me. There are two, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. That's how I had him make the two discs, thereby splitting the information in two. We were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in two separate transactions. The first involved the first of the two discs in the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago was the second part of that deal. The exchange of the second disc. That's essentially like 1,600,000 euros, pretty much. More than 1.5 million for sure. Yes, I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already, but it seems he became reluctant to part with his money. But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon, for why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with McGilded and not yourself? When I received the 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious, and when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise I won't take your money anymore." That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded, that's it. He had no idea what was actually on the discs I'd asked him to make, he never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then that I found out what sort of a monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name to exact revenge. So he burned the omnibus. Revenge. As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I'd made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in the city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that. Are you saying that... I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything into his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago. That is well, I'm glad we've got the answer to this, because it was bothering me that much. You know, helped out a little bit. Was planned and executed by yours truly. You say executed, but I think someone else burned the thing, or did you burn the thing yourself in the end? Okay, McGilded's death that day was caused by this man. Everything is ready, sir, if you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. What's this, officer? That's sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not an inconvenience, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. There's time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. That policeman who came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter, hired by me. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. Damn, son. A spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end? Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded. Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs, and the music box you need to play them. Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man. What's this? Windybank's pawnbrokery. Aye, there's a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name, just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I put a jewel in pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite that way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. So I knew that if he had taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And that on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now that when we first met you at Windybanks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGilded's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket. So I started to make some inquiries. I'm still wondering, like, that explains the coat, but it doesn't explain the box with the second disc. Because only one disc was found in the code, and that's the one with the, you know, the sticker, you know. Disc number 2, found in the box apparently? But it was supposedly with... No. It was already given to McGill. Right. Dumb. Yeah, right. Ah, the second one was given earlier already for some reason. Yeah. Or was given to him by this boy's father on an earlier trip. And the box itself was... and it was in the box, and it was then pawned. Yeah, okay. Or indeed, the disc and the box was this that he just mentioned. I was kind of confused that, like, he mentioned something about dealing with him a lot of times, but the disc business was just this thing. Right, sorry, right. It's been a long day. Okay, cool. I'm back on track. Yeah. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. And he was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was to wait until the girl went to Windybanks to redeem the articles, but unfortunately she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in his pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing, because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secret was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved. Inspector, you've recovered fast. My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible, so we started gathering the fellow's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbroker that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still there in the shop somewhere, so I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. I still think that's a dumb plan, because he could have just bought the music box from the shelf by just looking around. The shop remained open after the disc altercation. The police came to the actual place to investigate only after the murder itself, which these people did. Literally, by turning around to look at the shelves, he would have noticed his own music box and could have bought it. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I'd located the music box I'd sold to McGilded on the shelves of the forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside. Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? A gunshot rang out in the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly, but unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. The ballistics of it don't really make sense to me, but okay. He's basically sideways to this boy. He barely has an angle to hit the back, and even much less so hit the back in an angle to hit the heart as well. It just doesn't, I don't know. I don't, like, this picture here just doesn't work with it. Like, it's the truth, surely, but, like, see, he's being shot at here. I don't know. Like, from this to here, and then in an angle in a way that this hits the heart. Like, sure, he may have enough of an angle to hit the back, fine. But to hit the back into this end, meaning the bullet comes from here, right? It comes from, like, this trajectory. So when it enters, the bullet can only be going toward his arm. Like, that's just not where the heart is. Like, that's not. Like, the ballistics of this don't make any sense. Like, it doesn't add up. A sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windy Banks on that wretched night. There we are. Earlier, you called McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What a tragic irony. For what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. Yes, I think I have. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial, yes. It felt good to reach the conclusions here, but whoa, it was a fight to reach this thing. Jeezums. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Barely. That is a difficult. Good God, man. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon? He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Windybank, and the stealing of government secrets, and the killing of McGilded, yes. Bad person, still murdered. Very good. And you, Inspector. Regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord, of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Ah, yeah? It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Gathered up squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now. You know, really it. The 5th or 6th or 7th or 8th time that they call a verdict. Like, good God. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts. And women. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Mr. Foreman? They had the wrong name! He said Mr. Foreman. That's Mr. Garadeb. See? That's not Mr. Foreman. Mr. Foreman was here as well. Because, no, it was like Fairbanks or something. Fair play. Oh, for some reason they capitalize like the role, like the quote-unquote jury number 1 as Foreman. Alright, fine. Fine. I'm tired. You will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
So this one just didn't go anywhere then, huh? The Russian guy. That was a weird red herring, right? Haha, that's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Finally, Runo, you finally managed to do it. Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there. Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world. Miss Lestrade, I'm not finished with you yet. Huh? What are you looking at me like that for? Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider, 2 months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave a false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Windybank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilded's property, it seems. Ah? I never done nothing of the sort. You did, though. Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilded's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. Aw, and just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening, and turning our attention to the defense, determining that when played together, the music box disc contained a message in Morse code was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. You're caught entirely off guard all the time, my dude. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. Propose a toast to demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Yay! Ah. Very sorry about that. It was the only way that I could get Inspector Gregson to admit to what he'd done, so... If I may say something on that point. Isn't that... It's about the sound produced by the music box before. I do wonder if it was really Morse code at all. What? What are you saying, madam? Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. Goodness, madam, an unhealthy level of obsession, one feels. But I must say that in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that. Meaningless series of two different tones. What? What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all. My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Are you off your nuts? How many times do I have to tell you? Those discs contain ministerial secrets, sunshine. This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government communications. We know McGilded conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies, secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to these crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. Ugh, but it's really going to bother me. Mr. Strahd. Yeah, my lord? That which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity. An appalling experience to befall any child. Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums. I beg your pardon. If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Gina? But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you've got to start at home. You've got to change how you are yourself. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Mr. Strahd never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Windybank, proprietor of a pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty. Confetti! Boo! Let's go! Confetti! Woo! Good touch. That is all. Court is adjourned. On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. Oh. Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman. And at the same time saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again, here in the courtroom. You did? I figured as much, yeah, but when I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand. You mentioned something similar earlier today about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What's happened exactly? Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Alright, then I'll wait for that day if I must. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, and my retirement from the service 5 years ago, it gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again. Well, I'm glad we had a small dialogue to at least try to get a little bit of insight into the character. I mean, there's a sequel, he's probably in that one too. 17th of April, 5:24 p.m. It's so... God damn, that was a lot of time. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. It would have almost been funny if the clock would have gone forward 1 minute since the last recess. That would have been a pretty good laugh. It's done. It's over at last. But... where's Iris disappeared to? Ah. Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Nara-Odo. You believed in me right up to the end. You're as odd as your name. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one ever has before, see? I kept the promise, I mean, properly. That's awful. I figured something out today. All my life growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. But that's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, pack it in. But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know... Alright. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ruinosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma. Am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Can I have the bandana from beyond the grave? Pardon the interruption. But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? Ah, that voice. It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Ahahaha, yes, it was me all along, I would have said when finally you noticed me. But you people with your incessant babbling. Ah, Mr. Sholmes. Ahahaha, yes, it was me all along, you see. I assumed you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Oh. I happen to be aware of 1 or 2 foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. How very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat at you. Oh, thank you. Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. Have I irked you in some way, Mr. Strahd? While you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives. Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? And in some way, I suppose that congratulations are in order for you too, Mr. Strahd. What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted? Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but... An acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in a trial he was working on winds up dead anyway, is that it? The very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to this irrational drivel myself. Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like I'm upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean, like God? Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There are some coves like that bog trotter who are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, him upstairs make sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing though, the Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. Well, I ain't like the McGildeds of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see? A trait in you which is to be admired, Mr. Strahd. Oi, just give it a rest, alright? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Well, there you are, Hurley. How long have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Ah, Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But these dolts didn't notice my presence at all. Ahaha, they had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it? I'm not sure, really. I beg your pardon. I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day. I'll be careful. Ouch. Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight. But you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. Here at the judge's patter, I got stuff to make amends for, apparently, and all the offenses. What was it again? Breaking, entering, taking the bog trotter's stuff, what was in the lug, blah 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 blah. Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. But diving in an offense, it's a job, innit? I don't think so. Still, it has got me thinking, all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Otto? Well, no. But I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I'm gonna do something for all of them lot like me from the slums, something that makes a difference for them. That's a wonderful idea, Ginny, and I'm sure you can do it. Hehehe. What is it? Nothing. Miss Gina Lestrade. The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Right. Well, looks like I'm off then. Yes, goodbye, Gina. And good luck. Otto? Yes? What was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so... Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh. Oh, yes. It's good advice, Ginny. Right, I see. Well... come on. Thanks, Otto. Thank you for everything what you've done, for believing in me. That feels pretty good, I gotta say. That hits the spot, man. Have to admit. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. That felt pretty good. Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, quite the indomitable pick purse. Oh, I nearly forgot. I brought a paper outside. It's a special edition, and this trial is all over the front page. Pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful? In 5 minutes? What? They printed a paper in 5 minutes. and wrote it and everything. Oh, okay. We should have shown it to Gina. I wish she would have been thrilled. Oh no, how silly of me. Ah, but anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news? Not again. Well, what do you say, Bruno? Hurley? As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news. And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was record level of rainfall, apparently. Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news? Gonna be more rain? The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of the Dover has been delayed by a day or more. So Susato is still here? Wait, Dover? That's right, if we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off. But there won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. Like the sole of a foot or a shoe or what? I don't. The great detective does it again. Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles. What? I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary. Oh, bad. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria. Will she explain how she knew the title? Did Sholmes, like, tell her? Like, what? 18th of April, 5:32 AM, Port of Dover, Quayside. That took somewhat longer than I had anticipated. Susie's boat must be about to leave now. Mr. Sato, where are you? Over there, look, it looks like she's reading something. She's reading The Hound of the Baskervilles. No. Hold it! Mr. Sato, wait, what are you doing? Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. The book you were about to throw into the sea, it was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it? Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now, so I was saying my final farewell. You were saying goodbye to law, you, to Sato-san? Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the peephole, Mr. Sato? I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me, how did you even come to have this, Susie? She's a pickpocket. Like, you know, Gina taught her stuff, right? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh, yes. We had a wonderful time. We had a time, that's for damn sure. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? That she did. To the art of pickpocketing, I mean. I called it. Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Runo's armband. She did. It was quite evil, that. Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me. Well, if it's so important to you to pay more attention to it, you didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flapper-mat, so I put it in my sleeve. Really? And then I rather forgot about it until I found myself in Mr. Windybank's shop with it later that night. I see. And then... Ah! Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. Right. We needed no convincing on leaving Sholmes. After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think. That door started to play on my mind. The storeroom door, you mean? Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. So I used a clad flapper-mat to make a peephole in the door. As captured in a photographic print in the shop by one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. Indeed, it was of the first importance at that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally without proof, it would have amounted for nothing. But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier, the trial of Magnus McGilded. I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. Right. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windybank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing. You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime. That's right, but then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door. Ah. For which, a peephole would be the very thing. Only the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that why she did it? So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made a peephole to anyone, not even to the police. I know, and I knew at that time what I was doing was wrong, a criminal offense even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan. She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. Ah. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with the crime scene. So Mr. Sato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake, and Mr. Strahd's. Honestly, the moment I introduced the cat Flapomat, I feel then they could have thought that anyway, but... Mr. Sato. The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I had lost a little of my faith in the law. Oh. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that, is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. That doesn't sound right. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Drayden is the one who lied in the witness stand, using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Mrs. Sato, what you did saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo. You've saved me too, from my regrets. Well, we must all be thankful that Mr. Strahd's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure. But the revelation that the music box disc contains secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh, it wasn't? There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator, and she said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect, after all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they've written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted. In cipher? I see. So then we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. A. Sogi. What? Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait, Iris, what did you just say? Oh, I just said asogi. Does that word mean something to you? Mean something? Asogi was the name of my best friend. What? But how? How do you know that name? Well, that's how Strongheart knew Asogi as well, so that makes all of the sense. I wrote it down during the trial before when the message was playing on the music box. She transcribed it on the fly. She really is a genius. I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whatever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. Oh. It suddenly occurred to me, you see, there's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use it in their own languages. I don't believe it. Are you saying... That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before, but I think it's based on the Iroha pentagram, isn't it? And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code, the message says Asogi? Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that? Mr. Sato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications. Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version. Be that as it may, Arya, show me the message, please. Of course. But what can this possibly mean? Whatever is on that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes, it's made the color drain from Sato-san's face. There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code. So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications? I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names? The first is Kei Asogi. Kazuma Asogi. Why? Why was his name on that disc? The second is A. Shin. Shin? I don't recognize that name. The third is T. Guregu-san. Gregson? Ah, it would seem to Tobias Gregson is the 3rd man on the list. And what's his name doing on a secret government communication as well? And the last name... Is it gonna be Naruhodo? What's the matter, Mr. Sato? It's just so strange. So unexpected. Or her dad, or whatever. But what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. Mikotoba, I think, was the last name is J. Wilson. Or that. What? Wilson? John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy? So was it a political assassination then? At the very beginning? It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then, after the 4 names, it reads, if translated from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message, or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris. 2 of them are dead. What was the middle one? Shin or something, right? A Shin. I don't think we've met a Shin. I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So Daddy could be in Japan then? Where Susie and Runo come from? Oh, well... no. It's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with a surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. But we can't tell Iris about that now, we just can't. This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Windybank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Honk. Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. I'll sail on the steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie? We wish you a safe passage, Mrs. Sato. Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best. Mr. Sato, I had hoped to have you always at my side to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo, please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, don't forget, Iris, I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript. Ah. Oh yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Do you remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. You threw me around and assaulted me multiple times physically, yes. On the SS Buria, when I was dragged out from that wardrobe, I still have... No? We did not meet then. We met on the first case when I was in Japan still. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Susato takedown. You know very well that I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight up. It wasn't when we met, though. We did not meet then. We met on the first case. She came to the courtroom, like, hi. And I feel like I very briefly met her outside of the courtroom just before, even. Like, this is all wrong. Details, my dude. Lady. That you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy. No, it didn't sound like that. Mrs. Sato. And or feel like that. Ouch. And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that... I'll be back soon. Farewell until then.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least.
Not far away. My guess wasn't too far away.
Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey.
Hope and carry a sword? That's just okay.
Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will.
No, that's Ace Attorney 3. That's done already.
But whatever happens,
Trials and
I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Herlock is a fraud and has so many lives, deaths on his conscience, innocent lives, come on. The greatest of friends? Jesus. The powerful friend in a very, very scary bad way, but that's really it. Like, it's 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 just maddeningly weird that the game never addresses how many people Herlock has sent to their deaths to like murderer, and then just like they believe him and then get him or her convicted. Jesus, that's pretty dark. Ah yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I have some rather awkward news. I will point the finger at you for murder, is the news. The railroad company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently. Huh? It caused such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at stations. But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault. Yep! Did I not say he was gonna point the finger at me for well, not murder, but crimes? That's Sherlock. I was right. I called it. He's an evil, evil, bad, bad man in cahoots with true evil. Incarnate. Jesus Christ. Huh? Huh? But yeah, this haha bit is very classic, but yeah. I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. Not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Miss Sato, you love defending yourself in court. Huh? Huh? It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like he's the sort of man who would do something so outrageous. See? These are brutal people. God. Objection? Mr. Sholmes? Yes? A word, if you don't mind. Why, certainly. Any word you like. Blow it out, my dear fellow. Oh yes, I love Runo's words, and I know just the one he'll use here. Then I really must say...
Objection!
That's it. That's the game. That's game. Director Shu Takumi. I have my gripes, but those final moments felt good. I have a bunch of gripes. A lot of gripes. In the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrived. Something was afoot. Though it transpired I had ordered them all myself. Yes, so I'd advertised them for sale with used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case. And the money I have earned. Consulting detective work pays pittance by comparison. Damn, son. I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. When I'm this busy, Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement for some dry toast and insipid coffee. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfasts. Witness, your testimony is riddled with contradictions. Exactly, rarely do rare Koban coins hide under rare stakes themselves. Well, I don't know, sir, knows his father is an innocent man, or are you calling my son a liar? Witnesses, my courtroom is no place for your petty arguments. Having delivered the Russian dancer to shore in Shanghai, I laid low on the steamship for a while. But last night, I apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board. I've done nothing wrong. All I did was give Wakahai's offspring refuge in my pocket. A man brings some kittens on board and suddenly he's a hardened criminal. It's not fair. Of course. Scientific investigation will be the gold standard for to the future. I dream of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline, like a great clock in fact, whose hundreds of parts mesh together in perfect unison. I expected him to come to court, but no. If you'll excuse me, I have about 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment. Like, I expected him to, like, be in court, much like that weird disco grandpa police chief in Case 5 of the first game, you know? The latest Rant magazine is out, and I'm in it again. Whenever I say that one line she wrote now, I get a standing ovation. Wanna hear it? Not bad, I suppose, for an amateur. Glug glug glug. Leadership puts me to shame. Oh boy, oh. Been visiting the old girl on a daily basis, of course, Joni, my old jailbird. Must say, battling with those bally stairs every day has done wonders to the dicky peg. Managing rather well with the housework too. Got this maid business taped up, I'd say. Hope the gossiping neighbors don't realize the man of the house is his own maid. Righto. My Rolly is back on the beat again, all thanks to the Reaper. There's nothing I enjoy more these days than hunting out small change in the gutter. I'm a better Bobby now, looking out for Londoners that have dropped halfpennies and my lovely wife. Oh Pat. Oh Rolly. Well, I feel like he should be in jail, but that's just me. Looks like I'm gonna be doing time for a bit now. But Iris comes every day for a natter, so it ain't too boring. Nat like a talk? She's always going on about all them cases what Sholmes is looking into. Criminal investigations are kind of interesting, when you get into them. Maybe, yeah, Lestrade is the name of the police inspector in the usual Sherlock thing, so there we go. I mean, you knew that, but it fits. Yes, I renounced my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime. But regrets, please. Give over, bruv, that ain't the Ash we used to know. We got time here to plan the comeback of Milverton and Sulking's milk run, right? The three Muscowatsits. Milking the neighborhood for all it's worth. I mean, he did do the dancing, it does fit though, I did say that. This past 6 months has been a time I shall remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I've come to realize that's what life is all about. Naruhodo-san, I promise. Your assistance will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you with many memories, and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well. Cute photo. But again, Sholmes is an absolute menace, a criminal, and evil. So, you know, he should, you know, this... Oof. Those sprites are like almost too tiny to work there, but there we are. Alright. So, Mark Ota, Bradley Croxton, Rina Takasaki. Alrighty. So, as we look at this stuff, cute, good credit scenes though. Like I've always liked the credit scenes in Ace Attorney games. Like they've had like they tell stories within the credits, and then as the crews have gotten bigger, they still try to make them, you know, interesting and meaningful to watch. Like this is pretty good still. And I think this sort of a credit scene, like walking across the people, I think that's a Professor Layton thing, really. I think they might have picked this up from the crossover game. Interesting. And so is also true the moving between the witnesses in the scenes. That's also from the versus Layton game, the crossover game of Ace Attorney versus Layton. Okay, so I enjoyed playing this. I had issues, I had gripes, I liked doing this. It's pretty exhausting to read all of this out, and I think this length is like, I don't know, 30, 40 hours? Like... sorry, I had to take a phone call. There we go. Luckily, a very quick detail. It's an official phone call. Had to take it, but a quick thing to get some scheduling done. Okay, cool. So yeah, thoughts. Okay, I enjoyed playing this. I had a good time. I had gripes. I had issues. So let's start with the issues, but keep in mind I enjoyed this. I'm a huge Ace Attorney fan, and this is not... My instinct says this is not the worst one of the bunch. And just again, there are no bad Ace Attorney games, right? It's maybe in the bottom 2 or 3. 3 maybe? Like, my gut says bottom 3. Meaning better than Justice for All and better than Miles Edgeworth Investigations 1. And that sounds pretty good, I think. Mainly because this beats Justice for All in being less unfair and just, like... It has annoyances, but it's still... I can't overstate the Justice for All's circus case, dragging that game down so much, and it has a lot more unfair, weird, garbage logic in there in the courtroom scenes. And it has many of the gameplay issues of the early AA games in that they, you know, moving around places is kind of tricky and hard and like meandering and but so that's what it feels like. But this game, the problems being it's too bloated. It's a little too long. It feels like a lot of the dialogue is fluff and unnecessary and unneeded, right? That's a problem. And as I mentioned, the reaching of the logic points is a weird combination of sometimes there's that clever Ace Attorney moments of, oh, this thing, and then realize the thing while you're looking for the evidence to prove a thing, and it goes fine, and the courtroom goes smoothly forward. That's sometimes still here, but very rarely. More and more in this one, you realize the point, and they meander around that point, sometimes doing a side meander into a different thing, and continue back to meandering around that point you realized with the game, like half an hour ago, as the game pretty much intended you to realize it there already, and then there's that meander and meander and meander about the point that like you realized way back when. And I don't think that's because I'm smart. I think it's just that like the game is really just meandering about things that we've already solved half an hour ago. It's really weird at points. So those two are the ones that like stick to me. And also the characters had some issues to me, in that one of the problems I felt, especially like entering case 5, I still kind of felt I didn't have a lot of like emotional connections to the characters that like really make an Ace Attorney game, right? Like I liked Kazuma Asogi. I actually expected he would die because it's kind of how the first game goes as well, the mainline one in the modern times. And I was fine with the protagonist. It was okay, but nothing special, right? And I have to say the objection sound was a little weak. It's a minor thing, but I feel like an objection needs more oomph than objection. Like it didn't. It's the first Ace Attorney game where the objection has no oomph. And similarly, the objection music had no oomph. Like the soundtrack was okay, but this is the most weak objection music I've ever heard. Like I couldn't even hum it to you. It's just so forgettable. It kind of lacks that objection, like that moment of like getting that huge musical like music. Oh yeah, I got a punch. Like it lacks that, which is a really big problem. Well, it's a noticeable issue. Big problem, a noticeable issue in an Ace Attorney game. Like an omission that's not in the other ones. Not even the ones that I ranked below this one. Like, even those have the soundtrack to a T, in the objection music sense, right? Another issue, returning to the characters, I mentioned a few I liked. I liked Iris fine as well. I find it, I have to admit, it's a little off-putting and weird that, how can I put this? These anime games put these very overly young childs into prominent roles as your sidekicks and friends and whatever. It's a little... You know what I mean when I feel like it feels a little weird. And, like, they didn't... It was all cute and fine and they didn't do anything creepy with it, but it just still feels icky in a weird way that I just... there's something that just doesn't feel right to me in that, Still, I liked Iris as a character. She was a voice of some sort of reason in a game that was sorely needing some reason, because there was no straight, like, thinking people in the game so far by that point until I met Iris and Kazuma was already dead. And we left Japan, so Mikatoba, the professor, was there, and the Japanese judge felt like a sensible guy, but he's in Japan. We don't see him anymore either. So, like, I was not joking when I said that I felt that the Sholmes character is evil, dangerous, and morally bankrupt, and just caused... Like, I feel his character has such a dark and grim insinuation about what he does. Like, he thinks he's a great detective, deducts garbage, and sends innocents apparently to the courtroom and jail and dead. And that's never... It's never, like, approached as a serious subject, and it's still sometimes sort of, like, touched upon with laughs. It's pretty disgusting, honestly. And the game plays him as a likable character, and a main character at that, and I can't get behind that. He's the most despicable person in the game, I think. In a weird way, like the most damaging, because he sort of continues to do extreme evil and doesn't even acknowledge that's the case. At least the murderers acknowledge that they were doing a wrong thing. Like, good God, man. Like, he kind of reminds me of the fact that I have been a victim of really terrible abuse by, people with mental disabilities, mental illnesses, let's say. Like bipolar and such, and that has the like smell of like doing extreme evil and then not carrying the consequences or like responsibility of that because I am because of the mental illness. I've had that happen to me, and Sholmes kind of reminds me of that, and it just rubs me so bad the wrong way. It's I hate it that way. Oof. So I can't get behind him. Susato, when she wasn't physically assaulting me and being an absolute idiot with Shomes fangirling, she would have been fine with that, but she assaulted me like 15 times, I think. And lost all of the IQ points whenever Shomes was around, because she just didn't... She knew he was a fraud, and she still gave him all the credit of being the great detective and whatever. But again, the assault part especially, like, it just... I couldn't forgive that. I can't. The character is pretty bad to me because of that. Like, it might be just my experiences, like, talking, but those 15 physical assaults, that's not okay. And I can't like a character then. I just can't. So, for the majority of the game, I had only characters I deeply hated all the time, because they're either too silly to be taken, not even seriously, but like too silly to even take the story seriously, right? So the only person I could like latch onto a little bit was Gina, after a lot of trying, because she was kind of insufferable, but finally at the very end of Case 5, I finally caught on to that feeling. When she like said thank you and such, that finally landed. But I was not on board with any of the characters apart from Iris, and I guess I was okay with Gregson until he decided to be a treater, like an evil being at the end there. And I liked Van Zeeks a little, but he was too dumb to be fully likable. Like, he was so off guard all the time that he seemed incompetent, you know? So, the game suffers greatly from having a deeply unlikable cast. And that's a big problem in a visual novel game, where a big bit is like caring about the characters, right? The only bits of character investment I had was that I felt good when I nailed Gregson and Ash Grayson, you know? That felt good. I showed that. That finally had that landing of, yeah, hell yeah. And the emotional good feels happened with Gina at the very end. Beyond that, I had like 25-30 hours of hating while trying so hard to like, but I just hated the characters so bad. Because they don't carry consequences for their terrible actions, and I just can't accept that. Like, I need consequences for them for that. They never paid me back for all the... Or they're victims for what they did, you know? Me or the other ones. With that said, indeed, when the stuff finally landed, Gina nailing the case in Case 5, that felt great. And that's where it finally went into the Ace Attorney lane that I know and love. So at the very end, it all came together, and I finally can feel I enjoyed the game, and the journey was worth it for that final cases like feels of yes. But that journey was really hard to get to at points because of the problems I mentioned. Still, I enjoyed the game. I may still drop this below, like, lower in the rankings of the Ace Attorney games when I, like, let the problems sink in and let my, feels, like, mature. It might still end up being the worst one still. We'll see, right? It's hard to say at this point. So, bottom 3, not a bad game. I enjoyed it. It's a good game, but it has problems, though. It's like a 7 out of 10, basically. Alright, good. With that said, though, I'm finally done today, and we can call it a day with this thing. And this is going to be a really, really, really long video. I'm sorry, but I just wanted to get it, like, one, section of the game in one thing. So if you're watching this on YouTube, I'm sorry this was so long. It's probably the longest Ace Attorney section ever made. But here we are, in the game series. But if you have enjoyed this, I hope you have. Please... It would really, really make my day if you would feel like hitting that like button. It would probably also really help the algorithms and such and make this all, feel worth it. And if you want to see more, please do subscribe if you feel like so, because again, it would rock my world and, yeah. Absolutely. And I hope, and I hope I've made content good enough to, like, make someone feel that it's worth subscribing. So. But I hope you've enjoyed the journey with me. Had issues, but I'm glad I played this. And I'm smiling though, so can't, you know, that's a good feeling, right? Alrighty then, with that said, I gotta call it here. Have a good one on the YouTubes, and join me here live on Twitch, because it's maybe fun to see me blunder around, and I play a lot of games. I think you can see that on my channel as well, so have a good one, and bye-bye.